Coming up, a new report pegs the economic impact of healthcare and the life sciences in central Indiana at $84 billion. I'll talk with BioCrossroads CEO Patty Martin about how the impact is spreading to manufacturing, technology, retail, and more, and what's needed to fill a jobs pipeline. And the latest startup to launch from High Alpha, a business-to-business content platform that collects and consolidates marketing content onto a single on-demand platform. Think Netflix or Spotify, how The Juice is helping people who want a better way to learn. Plus,
Mary Rachel Redmond in what many consider a mid-century mecca for architecture and design in America. I'll have details on this year's exhibit Columbus coming up.
Details on those stories and much more ahead on this edition of Inside Indiana Business. Hello and welcome to Inside Indiana Business. I'm Gary Dick. The healthcare and life sciences sectors in central Indiana account for 1 in about every 10 jobs and provide an annual economic impact of more than $80 billion. And in 2020, it was the epicenter of Indiana's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Those are just some of the findings of a new report measuring not only the economic impact, but non-traditional impact like access to health care and quality of life. To break down those numbers and what it means for the future of the state's economy, pleased to be joined by BioCrossroads CEO Patty Martin. Patty, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me, Gary.
Absolutely. This report just out this week really unveiled some big numbers. $84 billion, the impact of life sciences and healthcare in central Indiana, a region that includes Indianapolis, neighboring counties, all the way up to Purdue and West Lafayette and IU down in Bloomington. That is a big number.
It is a big number, Gary, and we really wanted to take a look at the central Indiana region, which is about 14 counties, or not about, but it is 14 counties. And we had the opportunity to take a step back and really look at the impact directly of the sector and then its indirect benefits as well.
And when you talk about that and you look at the life sciences and traditional life sciences companies, we've got a lot here in the state of Indiana, but also the healthcare sector and the impact that the healthcare sector had in the response to COVID. That response really does permeate not just through those traditional sectors, but getting into manufacturing and retail, the technology sector, all really impacted by these two components of the economy.
Yes, we were very fortunate, Gary, and we stepped back after COVID to take a look at why we had such a favorable collaborative response to the pandemic here in Indiana. So in addition to having companies like Lilly and Roche and LabCorp here, the cooperation with the health systems and the state of Indiana really were second to none. And that doesn't happen just on a dime. It's years and years, over 100 years of investment in the sector that was able to help us provide care on vaccines, antibodies to patients here in Indiana and around the world.
Yeah, certainly Lilly took a leadership role in that area, to be sure. Patty, as you look, so many things we talk about out of this report, but I noticed the increase in the big number in terms of venture capital investment in the life sciences and these younger companies that are growing and innovating here in Indiana. How important is kind of that new generation, if you will, or that next generation of life sciences companies to the overall movement?
Gary, I know that we are very active in trying to promote and grow the life science sector for the state of Indiana. And ensuring that we have capital and talent and companies here is absolutely critical. We need to ensure that the investments in this sector continue to grow, and we're anxious to help folks inside the state and bringing others from outside the state to ensure that we really can promote this sector.
Well, talk about that, because I know that's a key kind of takeaway, if you will, that you want people to think about, is that continued investment, the life sciences, healthcare, ultra-competitive sectors, and there are communities and states and regions, not only around the country, around the world, vying for this investment. So Indiana, central Indiana, and the state more broadly, very much in a competitive situation when it comes to those future investments.
It absolutely is. And while there's a lot of investment capital around the globe right now, Indiana's in a very unique situation in that we have 3 research universities here between IU, Purdue, and Notre Dame. We have the country's largest medical school here, and we have vested both large companies and entrepreneurial companies, and those entrepreneurial companies are continuing to have spin-outs, so to speak.
Yep.
We have serial entrepreneurs here that are really benefiting the state.
Yeah, it's an ongoing story to be sure. Patty, as you look at, you mentioned talent earlier, and no matter what the business is, no matter what the sector is, it's a battle for talent, to keep talent here, but also attract, in many cases, from outside of the state. How important are these numbers to getting out and having people see these numbers, and also looking at the quality of life, quality of place in communities around central Indiana? How important is that to that whole talent attraction issue?
So, Gary, both of those are very important. One thing that we know about Indiana's life science sector and healthcare sector is a lot of people around the country don't know about it. And once we get the word out, they're really amazed by what we have to offer here. Everything from our FedEx hub and airport to spectacular talent that is around the state, both from the medical school and also from our companies. So this report is one way that we want to make sure that we get the word out. And so that's really important.
Yeah. Hey, and before we go, this report, $84 billion, focuses on central Indiana, but that's just the central part of the state. I know you're going to be doing future reports that really expand throughout the state of Indiana.
It is. We wanted to first take a look at central Indiana and the combination of the life science sector and healthcare sectors, and we will be doing similar analyses in roughly 6 different regions around the state. So stay tuned for more, Gary. All
right. Patty Martin, the CEO of BioCrossroads, brand new report on economic impact of the life sciences and healthcare. Patty, thanks for joining us. We'll see you soon.
Thanks. Bye.
Well, some sad news to report this week with the passing of longtime motorsports rider, columnist, and Hall of Famer Robin Miller. Robin died Wednesday at the age of 71 after a difficult battle with cancer. He was known for his hot takes long before hot takes were a thing. Passionate about his beloved Indianapolis Motor Speedway and IndyCar racing in a career that spanned more than 3 decades at the Indianapolis Star. He also worked for ESPN and Speed, most recently for Racer and NBC Sports Network. Robin was a guest numerous times on this show, always bringing great perspective and lots of laughs on the set and behind the scenes. Our thoughts are with Robin's family and his many, many friends. Godspeed, Robin Miller. It's time to go inside innovation, brought to you by Allegion, pioneering safety. Well, Venture Studio High Alpha has founded more than 30 companies, including The Juice. It's a business-to-business content discovery platform that has designs on transforming the content marketing industry. The Juice describes its platform as the first on-demand hub for marketing and sales professionals to access thought leadership and educational content. I'm pleased to welcome co-founder and CEO Jonathan Gandolf. Jonathan, welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me. Happy to be here and share more about The Juice with you today.
Absolutely. Before we start, I should, in full disclosure, mention that your sister, Kylie Valletta, is our Business of Health reporter, so keeping it all in the family this week on Inside Indiana Business.
Yes, absolutely. I guess I'll claim her today since you mentioned it.
Good stuff. Well, you have had a lot of things going on, certainly recently. The Juice, the latest company to launch from High Alpha, the Venture Studio. Give us a thumbnail description, Jonathan, of what The Juice is all about.
Yeah, we want to help professionals in their day-to-day professional life find the right resources for their role, the purchasing decisions they're making, the trends they're researching. We want to be the Netflix for professional resources.
Okay, talk about that. That kind of puts it in perspective. How do you go about that? How are you going to do that? You're basically aggregating content, right?
Exactly. So when somebody creates a profile on our platform to search for content, we learn about their job function, their industry, their job level, job title, and then based off of our library of content of over 50,000 pieces of content, we can present to them the right pieces of content when they access our platform, again, to help them maybe professional development or make a purchasing decision, or they can search for content from that large library as well.
Okay, when you talk about search, everyone thinks, of course, of Google, but you're of the impression that, as I think I read in some of the background, we've been playing by Google's rules for a long time. It's time to change that.
Yeah, so much of what you find when you Google something is pay to play, right? People are paying for advertisements or SEO optimization. Our platform, when you search, the results are driven by human engagement, and you're only getting B2B content. So it's a much more focused search, much more efficient search, and a much more enjoyable search for the person doing the search as well.
Okay, how does the Juice make its money?
Yeah, so we bring brands onto our platform. Right now we have over 200 of the best sales and marketing brands on the platform. When they come onto our platform, that's free, but if they want to receive more engagement or potentially more analytics, more data from the platform, they can become customers, and we help them optimize their content program for the platform and receive more engagement across the entire platform.
As mentioned in the introduction, the Juice launched from High Alpha, the venture studio, been wildly successful. More than 30 companies have launched in just a few short years. What was that experience like for you, kind of incubating, if you will, or growing the idea of the Juice through High Alpha?
It's been absolutely incredible. I can't imagine a better network to start a business in. I have to pinch myself, honestly, sometimes walking around the halls here, seeing the people, seeing the people that I really respect and admire in the B2B space, and not only working and seeing them, but they're supporting me. And it's really just a unique opportunity. Indianapolis is really fortunate to have them here in our backyard, and the impact they're having, not only in Indianapolis, but across the entire tech community, as we've felt very recently, is just absolutely incredible. So personally, I feel very fortunate to be a part of it.
Jonathan, talk about growth opportunities. I think you have 8 employees now, but you're looking to grow that number as business grows as well.
Absolutely. We've got 8 employees now. We've got 2 joining in the next 2 weeks. We've got 2 open positions. We've started into the fundraising process. Then we want to double the team over the next 18 months. We have some awesome early customers supporting that. Over 1,000 people signed up for the platform. It's been a lot of fun. It's been really fast, and we're looking forward to keeping that momentum rolling.
All right, yet another Indiana startup growing. Jonathan Gandolf, the co-founder and CEO of the Juice. Jonathan, thanks so much for joining us. We look forward to following your progress.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, the Indiana Pacers are close to tipping off a new season, and for the 34th year, Mark Boyle will be behind the mic. The voice of the Pacers is my guest this week on the Business and Beyond podcast. Boyle grew up in Minnesota, took his first broadcasting job at a high school in Miles City, Montana. Moved on to gigs in New York, his hometown of Minneapolis, and St. Louis before winding up in Indy. 27 of Boyle's 33 years calling the shots for the Pacers spent with Bobby "Slick" Leonard.
At least with the words that are at my command, how much this guy meant to me. He was just such a delight, such a gem, such a wonderful man.
We'll have much more. Very interesting conversation, some great stories with Pacers radio play-by-play man Mark Boyle on the latest edition of the Business and Beyond podcast. To check it out, go to InsideIndianaBusiness.com and click on the subscribe tab. Columbus, the cradle of architecture, art, and design in Indiana and beyond. Mary Rachel Redmond takes us to Bartholomew County for a look at Exhibit Columbus. Here's what's making news now around Indiana. Exhibit Columbus began in 2016 as a way to pay homage to the city's rich architectural history. In just 5 short years, Exhibit Columbus has received international recognition and more. Here's Around Indiana reporter Mary Rachel Redmond in Columbus.
from Main Street to Megalopolis, what is the future of the Middle City?
Exhibit Columbus features 13 international architects and artists, each with their own unique installation on display, like this one you see behind me, Architecture for Bats and Birds.
Everything is set in the context of the important architectural sites around downtown and around the community. Columbus has over 80 significant works of architecture, art and design and landscape, and it's everywhere. That is what we invite these internationally acclaimed designers to do. We invite them to Columbus to think about our history in these spaces and then to create new work in the context of that in public space.
That might be cool.
Like Brooklyn-based artist Lake Jayafis, whose work has been featured recently at the Museum of Modern Art in New York City, as well as exhibits in Washington, D.C. and Alexandria, Virginia.
So what we have here is Archival Revival, and it's a series of 4 installations that sort of bring out some interesting facts about the Cleo Rogers Memorial Library.
The 4 installations are paying tribute to African-American artists and journalists with Indiana connections.
Felix Egboigbe was a Nigerian artist who was an artist in residence at Indiana University. Marie Evans is a Hoosier from Indianapolis. And she's, a well-known poet and author. Wendell T. Brooks was also at Indiana University, but they showed a series of his intaglio prints.
Exhibit Columbus is free to the public and is on display until November 28th.
Columbus is a mecca for modernist architecture. This was a fantastic project that I was enormously excited and happy and grateful to be invited.
So it's not just successful or critically acclaimed in that we are working with people at the top of the field and inviting them to make things, but it's also that intersection of that experience with the people here that really make it unique and something to come see.
Mary Rachel Redmond, Inside Indiana Business.
Also this week around Indiana, the Indiana Chamber of Commerce and the Wellness Council of Indiana have launched a campaign to award Indiana businesses that have achieved widespread vaccination among employees. The COVID Stops Here initiative will recognize employers that are helping to improve the state's vaccination numbers. According to the latest data from the Indiana State Department of Health, about half of all Hoosiers have been vaccinated. The chamber says a key part of the campaign is reaching out to those businesses whose vaccination rate has not yet reached 70%. And construction on a 23-story hotel in South Bend is continuing after being delayed by the pandemic and a lack of construction workers. The Pokagon Band of Potawatomi is building the 317-room hotel adjacent to the Four Winds Casino. The project includes the addition of 40,000 square feet of gaming space. Once complete, it will open in the fall of 2022. Well, Keaton Hendricks started selling socks inside his Taylor University dorm room. He grew it into a successful e-commerce business, and now his company is evolving again. Well, Keaton Hendricks has come a long way since creating Sky Footwear in his Taylor University dorm room. He recently made a big pivot, closing Sky Outfitters, an e-commerce website selling branded socks, scarves, T-shirts, and other items, and opening Sky Manufacturing. I'm pleased to welcome back to the show Keaton Hendricks to talk more about his new venture, making socks, athletic apparel, and others for lots of customers around the country. Keaton, welcome to the program. Back to the program.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Well, we had you on, I know we've had you on in the past, talking about really a cool entrepreneurial story. You co-founded it in your dorm room at Taylor University, Sky Footwear. Give us a thumbnail of what Sky Footwear was all about.
Yeah, so we started in 2016 selling socks, and then we had a buy one, give one model for each pair of socks we sold. We gave one to a homeless shelter. So yeah, on last Friday, we officially closed that down after 5 years.
Yeah, 5 years. And you made a big pivot. And I think this is, for many entrepreneurs, it's about change and adapting and understanding the market. Talk about the switch you've made, the pivot you've made to manufacturing.
Yeah, so it's definitely a bittersweet ending, with Sky Outfitters closing, but the clear reason is we found product market fit. We found an industry, brick wiring are demanding something and we're able to meet it in a unique way. And so, we tested about everything under the sun with Sky Outfitters, and I had a mentor say, if you feel the market's pulling you in one way, follow it and see what's there. And so that's what we've been doing.
We'll talk about demand, because you have, I think, over 160 customers. Who's your typical customers? Who are you selling to?
Yeah, so our main focus and niche is on the run specialty industry. So running stores where they have one location, or they could have up to 10 locations. So not quite as big as what a Dick's Sporting Goods is. But yeah, we're focused on the run specialty industry.
And you're addressing needs, these smaller running stores and other affiliated kinds of stores, small enough they don't have quite the budget to do some of the big things, but you fit right into their kind of their wheelhouse.
Yeah, so the big beast in town, and what a lot of people are losing customers to, is Amazon. Mm-hmm. And that's why Dick's Sporting Goods creates their own private label brands that you have to come back. They control their margin, the product that's launched. And so these stores that have, 1 or 2 locations just aren't quite big enough to Dick's and can't afford a team of full-time people devoted to this. So as a collection of us, 160 of us, we can come together, drive down margin and costs, and it works out.
So is that marketing, is you're getting the word out about Sky Manufacturing, kind of the proof is in the pudding? You've got a core 160 plus customers, and that's kind of helping to spread the word?
Yeah. So those core customers who came on board, eventually the word spread to others. And now, as we continue to develop new products, we started with socks and moved to apparel. The word has spread, and big focus for us is product development.
Yeah, okay. Only have 20 seconds left, Keaton, but growth opportunities, where do you see business heading in the months ahead?
Yeah, so this year we're up 267% year to date, and it's been a wild ride. The biggest challenge is finding a system that will scale, and the logistical system behind that to support as we are sending products to 163 places.
All right. Sky Manufacturing started in a dorm room at Taylor University a number of years ago, and Keaton Hendricks, really appreciate you taking the time. Look forward to following your story. Keep in touch.
Yeah, thank you, Gary.
All right. Well, ahead in our next half hour, how Indiana University researchers are using a $3 million grant to tackle the impact of head injuries among football players in Indiana. And we'll check out a much different competition among Indiana high school students. Innovate Within's entrepreneurial pitch program. See how it is motivating students and growing big time statewide. It is officially game time for high school football. The 2021 season is kicked off, and more than 100 players in Indiana are part of a $3 million study looking at subconcussive head impacts. Business of Health reporter Kylie Valletta has more. Kylie.
Thank you, Gary. A subconcussive head impact falls below the threshold of a concussion. But do these less intense hits add up over time to cause problems? That's one question they hope to answer. Dr. Kay Kawada is an assistant professor of kinesiology at IU leading the study. And also on the research team is Dr. Jesse Steinfeld, associate professor of counseling and educational psychology at IU. Thank you both for being on the show today.
Thanks for having us.
All right, Jesse, let's start with you. Just give us a big picture explanation. Why is it so important to study these subconcussive head impacts in young people?
Yeah, football is such a beautiful sport, right? It's a quintessential team game. It teaches transferable skills like teamwork, toughness, accountability. But football is a contact sport, and contact tends to worry parents. So we've seen recent declines in participation rates, particularly in youth football. Even though we're in an obesity pandemic, and football is #1 participation sport, with over 1 million kids playing each year, parents have been making decisions not to let their kids play. But these decisions have not been based largely on facts or data. These decisions have been based on fear and reactivity to narratives in society about concussions and CTE. So it's important to provide data so parents can make an informed decision about letting their kids play. And that's what we're trying to do here. That's why it's so important.
And I think it's interesting that it's not a concussion, so you maybe don't have the overt symptoms that you would have with a concussion. These are almost more sneaky injuries.
Correct. Football, it's a collision sport and we bang into each other. And the narratives about CTE and cumulative impacts are abound in society without enough data to substantiate what you should do to, mitigate the risk.
Okay, so Kay, I know you're studying players at Bloomington North High School, Bloomington South, Edgewood, and Mooresville. Give us a glimpse into the study, what you're doing with the players to collect all this data.
Yeah, that's a good question. So this exciting study really include more than 100 football players and some control athletes. So we're collecting array of brain health data, including brain scans, so MRI scans. That's really sensitive. It's not something that you can get in anywhere in the hospital. It's really deep scoping into the brain. And we also collect the fluid sample, biofluid sample, like blood sample, to see the blood biomarkers that came from the brain. So we can use some of those biochemical signals to study brain health. And also we're testing some functional tests such as eye tracking, eye movement. And that's combined with the cutting edge accelerometer and a gyroscope embedded mouth guard that has a computer chip inside, and that can detect the magnitude of hits and frequency of hits. So we can longitudinally monitor head impacts and the brain health of those adolescent players.
Those mouthpieces are absolutely fascinating. Jesse, talk a little bit about the experience that these players are having getting to be part of a national caliber study, and also maybe what you're hearing from some of the parents too.
Yeah, I've been told on multiple occasions by parents and by teachers, man, I'm so excited our kids got to participate in this, right? I'm glad you bring this project here. Now, it's a great opportunity for the kids to be exposed to the science of the study, to know what fields in science exist for them to possibly explore. And the kids dig it. We feed them, we get them together with their friends and teammates. They enjoy hanging out together. It's building camaraderie. For example, we're collecting saliva. Some turn to a race, a competition, right? They're having fun with it. They're getting into it. And back to the point earlier, this project exposed them to ideas. It exposed them to fields they may not have known have existed. I can be a sports psychologist. It exposed them to people who may look like them doing things they didn't know that they could do.
And Kay, I think one really interesting part of this study is that one goal is to establish a threshold, almost like a line of a number of hits that are safe versus unsafe, almost like a pitch count. Can you explain that?
Yes, so this is arbitrary though. So everybody has their tolerance and resiliency. So we're trying to establish how many hits are generally safe or unsafe using some of the mouth guard data and neurologic data. But at the same time, I think the football, maybe Jesse, I'm sure I agree with you that, with me that it's not that simple. So in this study, what's cool about it is we're gonna count those head impacts in magnitude. But at the same time, we're trying to identify individual basis of neurologic resiliency and vulnerability. So not everybody should stop with a specific amount of head impact. I think it varies between players, such as Jesse can take more hits than me. And why is it? What's the factor that's driving their vulnerability? So in order to establish threshold, I think we have to identify a lot of different arrays of data set and demographic factors. And that's what we're collecting all that stuff. And that allows us to suggest maybe this level of hit can lead to more chronic effect. And maybe this level of hits can be safe. And that's a really impactful data for policymaking in the future.
All right, well, Kay and Jesse, thank you both for being on the show today, and good luck with the study this season. We'll catch up in 4 years when you have the official results.
Absolutely.
Thank you much. Have a great one.
Thank you so much.
All right, Gary, back to you.
All right, Kylie, thank you. Well, this week, Carmel-based Car Global announced plans to acquire an online dealer-to-dealer marketplace headquartered in California. The deal for CarWave Holdings, which is expected to close before the end of the year, is valued at $450 million. Car CEO Peter Kelly says the acquisition will advance the company's growth strategy in the dealer-to-dealer market. Car Global did not specify whether any jobs would be affected by the deal. Well, now on to a competition in Indiana setting up the next generation of Hoosier entrepreneurs.
Hello, my name is Brayton Rose, and my business for Innovate Within is called Conscious. Conscious is a comprehensive security and temperature measuring tool that will completely change the way that we measure public health.
That's Linton Stockton High School's Brayton Rose, a budding Hoosier entrepreneur, just graduated from high school with a potential big idea and game changer in the new reality of COVID-19. Now, Brayton, one of hundreds of Indiana high school students taking part in Innovate Within Spark Pitch Competition, the largest of its kind in the country. It's a program designed for young entrepreneurs interested in turning their business dreams into reality. There is a big pot at the end of the rainbow, too, for the winners, $25,000, and a chance to collaborate with some of the biggest innovators in the world. For more on this pitch competition and how it is growing, pleased to be joined by Innovate Within President and founder Don Wettrick. Also, this year's winner, Zion Dunaway, co-owner and founder of Southern Indiana Bait Company. And gentlemen, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Gary, for having us.
Absolutely. This is maybe my favorite story of the week, because this is a program in 4 years that has gone from really kind of a neat thing to do to a really important entrepreneurial event in our state. Don, you're such a supporter of entrepreneurs, especially young entrepreneurs in Indiana. Give us a thumbnail description of this competition, Innovate Within.
Yeah, Innovate Within is actually the biggest pitch competition in the country for high school students. But it is an opportunity for young innovators to see problems as opportunities, essentially, that entrepreneurs are always looking out for that next opportunity. And so we have basically scaled and grown, but we want to hit more students to where they're wanting to come up with an idea, meet with their small business development center in many cases after round 2, and then be able to pitch a real idea to grow and scale Indiana's economy.
And in terms of what this has sparked, if you will, in terms of interest, 75% of the counties in the state are represented in the competition with applications, right?
Yeah, absolutely, Gary. It was 75%, and we, in a large part, because we had 11 university sponsorships and scholarships this year to get more students engaged, even during COVID. Also, this really interesting thing is we've been able to double every year. This is the 4th year for Innovate Within. And because a lot of these scholarships were so enticing, we doubled again this year and hope to hit 100% of the counties this next year.
All right, let's take a look at some of that innovation in terms of the team winner this year. Zion Dunaway, your co-owner with your brother, co-founder of Southern Indiana Bait Company, SIBCO. Give us the thumbnail description of Southern Indiana Bait Company, really what you're all about.
Yeah, so me and my brother, we started our own bait company that specializes in soft plastic fishing lures. And our whole focus was to bring the market something that we didn't see ourselves, which was the customizability of it, as well as the durability. And we've taken Plastisol from several different manufacturers to make our own blends that gives the action to each specific bait that we make, as well as maintaining the durability that we want ourselves.
Yeah, so you saw a need out there and are addressing it, and you're saying really it's the quality of the bait, the quality of your product that really is your big selling point.
Yep, and that point right there keeps customers coming back over and over.
Okay, let's talk about early on. You're obviously an early stage company. You're getting a lot of traction and interest. I know you got an appointment at a big show down in, I think, Tennessee. Talk about how folks are reacting to your product.
Yeah, we just keep getting great reviews because our baits, they will catch 5 times the fish usually. Wow. Just because our whole thing was that in the big industry of it is you could buy baits from Walmart, Bass Pro, or wherever, and after 1 or 2 fish, you'd have to put on a new bait. And starting out, we did it as a hobby, and then we kind of said, well, this is something that we could really take off with. So we started just bring it to local fishermen at tournaments and stuff, and everybody was really impressed with the quality of it and the customizability that we offer, because we can take and make a color that is non-existent on the market already.
Yeah. Very, very interesting concept. Don, as we wrap up, this is part of a bigger program. You fly these finalists out to places around the country where they can learn from other innovators and entrepreneurs and those types of things. And the money, and I think in this case, with the winners here, Zion and his brother, putting the winnings back into the company. So this has gone from kind of a cool little pitch competition to something that really has bottom line impact.
Yeah, absolutely, Gary. I mean, really in the origins of this, sometimes it was an idea competition. But this year's finalists, all of them had at worst a really good working prototype. And yeah, we have invested money in our students so they can invest in Indiana at every step of the way. And yes, this year we went to Phoenix Scottsdale, but along the way we kept telling our students, come up with ideas, look at what else is going on, bring it back to Indiana. And here, a winning team that needs more manufacturing to their fishing lures, we live in a manufacturing state. So we want our kids to be able to treat this absolutely like it's real, because it is. And then also our university sponsors are just salivating at the idea of getting students like this to possibly, if they're not ready yet, to continue their journey at their institution.
Yeah. Very good. Innovate Within, growing like gangbusters. Don Wettrick, thanks so much for your effort, for your leadership, too, in the entrepreneurship space. And Zion, congratulations to you and your brother. Keep us posted. I expect some big things from your company.
Thank you.
Will do, Gary.
All right, guys. Well, you know, summer is drawing to a close when you hear the roar of the engines at Lucas Oil Raceway during Labor Day weekend in Indianapolis. It's go time at the Big Go. We'll preview this year's NHRA U.S. Nationals. Also, what Indianapolis-based cultural development firm Gang Gang is doing to showcase the works of Black visual artists and entrepreneurs from all over the country. Well, as the U.S. Nationals Drag Racing Championships makes their annual Labor Day appearance at Lucas Oil Raceway, they bring with them one of the best individual stories in all of motorsports. Bill Benner has more in this week's Inside Indiana Sports. Bill.
Gary, thanks. And that story comes in the form of Antron Brown, the top fuel driver for Don Schumacher Racing, who, in addition to winning not one, but not two, but 3 world championships, also happens to be the rare African-American presence in the fast lane world. And we're delighted to welcome Antron to the program. Thanks for joining us, Antron.
You know, my pleasure, man. It's great to be on, especially being here in the hometown of our Hoosier State here, man. And we got some big things happening, and looking forward to this next upcoming weekend here for the U.S. Nationals, one of our biggest races of the year.
Well, and you're currently 3rd in the point standings. How do you feel about your prospects as you come to Lucas Oil Raceway?
We feel good. I feel that our team is peaking at the right time. And we stayed after Brainerd, after our last race there in Brainerd, Minnesota, and we hit a test session. And we're just getting ready, prepared, because we know Indy is the be-all, all-ball. Like, you know, it's our Super Bowl of racing. So we want to come out and show out and now help us build some momentum going into the playoffs for the championship.
As I mentioned, you're really a terrific success story, and like I said, the rare African-American presence. But this started as a family effort. You said your dad and your brother were involved in drag racing way back in the day, and you got hooked.
Yes. I've learned a lot from my dad and my uncle. You know, they started racing as the Brown Brothers back in the day. That was their race team name, the Brown Brothers. And I just remember distinctly that they worked hard Monday through Thursday so they can go play hard on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at a drag strip at the Sportsman Ranks. And I grew up around that as a kid, and I knew you had to put the work in, and then you showed off on the weekend of the work that you put in Monday through Thursday. But you know, when I was at an early age of 10, they took me to my first national event, and that's what really caught my eye to NHRA drag racing, where I met people like Mark Oswald, Big Daddy Darn Garlitz, Dave Schultz, and all those world championship drivers. And I looked at them, I asked my dad, I go, Dad, they must have a real big business at home if they're doing this like this. Like, I know how hard we have to work to be out here. And my dad goes, no, son. They do this for a living. And I looked at my dad, I'm like, you get paid to do this? And my dad goes, yes. I said, well, that's what I want to do. And that's when my whole mindset and the dreams start just turning up in my head of mine. And I put my head down, put myself out and around it, created opportunity, started out working on a team to becoming a pro stock motorcycle racer. Then I went from a pro stock motorcycle racer to say, why stop there? And went to the seasons, you know, the kings of the sport, which is Top Fuel, the fastest vehicles on the planet. And that's when I transitioned and I'm truly, truly living that American dream.
52 victories in Top Fuel in your career thus far, but you're about ready to embark with your own team starting next year, AB Motorsports. You were a business major in college, so you're going to need that business background as you run your own team. Talk briefly about that.
Absolutely. And when I went to college, I was actually going to college to be an actuary, like a business consultant, go in there and problem solve for business to make them be more efficient. So I had all the way up to calculus 2. I had math that wasn't math no more. You know what I mean? So from having economics, statistics, and doing all that type of things, I never in a million years knew what I was preparing myself for the future, because it helped me evolve, not just being a great race car driver, but on the business side of racing, to actually know how to cater and how to present yourself and how to carry yourself. Public speaking classes I had all chimed in. And then also the accounting classes. I'm a certified CPA accountant too. You know what I mean? So I have my certificate from college. And just learn about the liabilities, the expenses, and what you can write off and what you can and what you got to do, and how to depreciate things and how to keep your stuff up and going. So all that stuff played into a huge factor into NHRA drag racing on the business side, and has helped me hone my skills over the years that I've been in it. You know, a lot of people don't realize I've been in this sport now for 24 years. I did 10 years on motorcycles, and this is my 14th season in Top Fuel. So taking all that experience that I've learned from other business owners, team owners, and race teams out there on how I would like to see my corporation, my business, my team, how I want it to function. And I want it to function at a high level. But I know the one thing that makes everybody truly, truly successful in life is surround yourself by the right people. And that's what I made sure that I've done with AB Motorsports.
Well, Antron, we certainly appreciate you being on the show. Best of luck next week. Best of luck next year. And again, a great American success story. Antron Brown, thanks for being with us.
Anytime. Appreciate the time. Thank you.
You're welcome. And Gary, back to you.
All right, Bill, thanks very much. Hey, before you go, certainly sad news this week with the passing of Robin Miller, friend of this show, friend of so many people, and friend of yours as well.
Well, certainly he was the conscience of motorsports, and in particular open wheel racing for 40 years or so. Absolutely unadorned, a unique individual, and a magnet for those in and out of racing. He just had a personality that drew people to him, and obviously he will be greatly missed. But I'm thankful that, you know, he went through a real difficult health struggle, and I'm thankful that that's over.
Well, he battled right to the end, though. And, you know, I know he got his Motorsports Hall of Fame induction, which is a very special day.
Gary, he managed to get out to the Speedway during Brickyard Weekend for all 3 days, and he got his Motorsports Hall of Fame induction award, and hung with A.J. Foyt and Jimmy Johnson and all the race drivers, and they were just as glad to see him as he was happy to see them. He called it the best days of his life.
Very good. Thanks very much, Bill.
Thanks,
very
Gary.
much appreciated. Well, Indianapolis-based cultural development firm Gang Gang is hosting its first major art fair. It's called Butter, a multi-day event showcasing the works of more than 30 black visual artists and entrepreneurs from all over the country. For more on the event and why it's important, pleased to be joined by Gang Gang co-founders Molly Jeffers and Alan Bacon. And welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Hi.
You know, to start out, and Molly, you could maybe take this one, but give us a thumbnail of Gang Gang, what it's all about. I remember having you both on right after you launched late last year. What's the organization and the initiative, the effort all about?
Yes, we are just under 1 year old, and Gang Gang is a cultural development firm on a mission to produce, promote, and preserve culture in cities. So we're starting right here in Indianapolis to find opportunities to spark activity in the creative economy as a means toward a more equitable city.
Yeah, and Alan, this is about the creative class, if you will, and supporting entrepreneurs as well.
Yeah, well, we know that the creative economy has a lot of entrepreneurs within it, and there's also a lot of persons of color. within the creative economy as artists. So that is, just part of the equity work that Gang Gang is looking to accomplish as we focus on supporting this specific and important group.
Yeah, I want to talk about certainly this big event you have coming up, bringing in people from around the country here, but launching in November of last year, 2020. You've been busy since then. Give us a thumbnail sketch, and whoever wants to take it, go ahead, on what Gang Gang has been up to over the past just under a year.
Yeah, we've been busy.
Yes, we have been so busy. We have been supporting local creatives. Hundreds and hundreds of artists have been paid since our launch last November. We started out with the Kickback series with East 10th Street. We were creative directors for Swish when March Madness was here in Indianapolis. And that was able to pay, we organized 263 performances over the course of those 4 weekends. And then the Day of Healing we organized with the City of Indianapolis and Pacer Sports and Entertainment. And yeah, we're gearing up for Butter now.
All right, let's talk about that. This is a big event. Will be coming up Labor Day weekend. What is Butter all about? What are folks going to see?
So Butter is a 3-day art fair that's hosted over Labor Day weekend that features Black artists and creators.
From across the country, yes. There are 38 visual artists that will be centered, and our intention here is to sell 100% of the works and for 100% of the profit to return back to the artist. So we are thinking of new, more equitable ways to contribute to the creative economy and to Black entrepreneurs specifically, and kind of Butter is a new launch pad, a new idea to exercise that.
Yeah, and to kind of underscore that, because I think this represents what your organization is all about. So it's a great event, but you're also supporting in real terms, in terms of dollars and cents, supporting these entrepreneurs.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also just a way to elevate art in Indianapolis as we have our local artists on the same bill and platform as nationally recognized and renowned artists as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As we wrap up, Gang Gang as an organization, your mission, what you're doing, what you will be doing, to me, it can be an important part of what Indianapolis is all about in terms of keeping talent here and attracting talent from outside, adding to kind of the vibe that exists here in the city.
Absolutely. Our business is kind of a twofer, right? This is an economic development play, and this is a talent retention strategy, especially to keep our creative talent here in Indianapolis and to let them know you can make it here, you can thrive here, you can make money here as an artist. And so we are here to support that.
All right. Gang Gang is the organization. Molly Jeffers and Alan Bacon, thanks very much. The event coming up, it's Labor Day weekend at the Stutz downtown. Butter, going to be a big event with folks from all over the country here. Thank you both, and good luck with the event.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, Mark Boyle is just as comfortable calling a baseball game as he is doing play-by-play for the Indiana Pacers. He's my guest this week on the Business and Beyond podcast. The voice of the Indiana Pacers going into his 34th season. He's had some memorable calls over the years, including this one during the Game 7 of the 1995 Eastern Conference semifinals, one that he says he actually hated.
Harper to get it in, throws it to Ewing. Ewing surrounded, 2 seconds to shoot. He drives, he shoots, he missed! He missed! He missed! We ring the bell, baby! Ding dong, the witch is dead!
I actually hated it. And here's why. I'm a big believer in spontaneity. I don't have catchphrases. I'm not denigrating those that do. It's just not my thing. I don't have catchphrases. I try to react spontaneously. But as that series wore along, that was the third straight year they played in the playoffs. The Knicks took the Pacers out in the first round 2 years before. The year before that, they took them out in Game 7 of the conference finals. The Knicks were just this albatross the Pacers couldn't shake. And so I got to thinking about it, and I thought, it's sort of like Dorothy and the Wicked Witch of the West and the Wizard of Oz. If I get a chance, I'm going to throw that in there. And so we get to that last possession, and, Ewing gets the ball, and he comes right down the middle of the lane, and it looked like he was going to score for sure. And then he missed the shot, and Dale Davis rebounded, and that's what came out of my mouth. And I'll tell you this, as soon as it did, had it been one of those cartoon balloons, I would have reached out and pulled it back in, but it was too late. And as soon as that left my mouth, I thought, oh man, I'm never going to live this down. Never. It's going to hang with me like fungus for the rest of my life. And I've gone from being amazed that people liked it to being grateful that they did, because I still hear about it. Oh, I remember that call in 90. That's 26 years ago, and people are still mentioning that to me.
Well, you can hear much more of my conversation, some great stories with Mark Boyle. That begins Monday on the Business and Beyond podcast. To check it out, just go to InsideIndianaBusiness.com and click on the subscribe tab. And I'll be right back after this. Stay with us.
I'm scared. My career was not very fulfilling. 1150 Academy was a stepping stone into a new life for me. The program transformed everything. Now I have a flexible career in tech, and it's amazing because I can even telecommute. The future isn't full of fear anymore. It's only possibilities.
Coming up next week, Office of Community and Rural Affairs Executive Director Denny Spinner will join us with details on pandemic help for communities statewide. Thanks for joining us this week. I'm Gary Dick. Go out and make it a successful week.
Inside Indiana Business with Gary Dick is a production of Grow Indiana Media Ventures with support from WFYI Productions.
Grow Indiana Media Ventures IT support provided by Accelerate.
Inside Indiana Business with Gary Dick is a production of Grow Indiana Media Ventures with support from WFYI Productions.